che è molto sì che quello che faceva avere le mujer, quello che che mi cucinare e come ti uh, come si chiama? Mio molto chiaro. Sì, non mi chiedo che e sulle chiacchiere sì, e su tutto che è venuto Hi everyone, I am Tara, aka Spirit Mother, and I would like to welcome you all back to my channel on YouTube, Spirit to Spirit Teachings of Within Self, Teachings of Going Within Self, on TikTok 1974 and 94, and I'm also live on my Facebook. If you're new to my channel, I always recommend, suggest, and really encourage you to read the description of my YouTube channel to get a better understanding of what it is that I do bring forward. Okay, today I'm talking about mental spiritual health therapy. Many of you know that I use a lot of my own life experiences as a reference tool, right? So I put everything out there, the things that I've done, because it's that part, once you're able to do that, then it's much harder for people to use things against you because it's like, well, you're not telling me something or saying something that I haven't already gone forward. And I'll make you laugh, I'll make you cry, I'll piss you off. Sometimes you'll want to punch me upside my head, but hey, keep it against yourself. And by all means, bring it energetically. And you'll love me, hate me, like me, loathe me. You'll agree, you'll disagree. Some things will resonate with you, and some things will not. And a lot of the time, like this is going to really, especially with therapists, it's going to irritate a lot of therapists, okay? Because many therapists are actually set in a way, okay? Because I actually done the digging, okay? Like I done looking and asking questions to find out how a therapist does their therapy and what have you, okay? So first off, I am going to start off by reading the description on my YouTube channel, the Spirit Teaching Going Within Self, to give you a more of an understanding of what this channel is about and what you're witnessing, observing, and what have you. Because, I channel spirit. So if my body jerks and jolts and, it looks like I'm a little psychotic, it's like, I'm very well aware of what I'm experiencing. I'm very well aware of what's happening. Okay? So hey, it's hi everyone, I'm Tara, aka Spirit Mother, and I'm here to wake people up to see how we've been treating each other and our earth. Get out there, you gross. Return. You want to be part of it, Rolling? I'm a new type of spirit guide. I'm a psychic, a medium, channeler, a telepath, and an empath. I also speak and sign different languages, all of which can be very intense at times. On my channel, I talk about everyday life, the ignorance, greed, hatred, etc. I do it to get people to look within themselves and how we have been acting in life towards ourselves and others, including animals. Some people may not like what I have to say, whereas others may totally understand. Sometimes I may not come off a very spiritual person. However, I ask you to look within and see what spirituality really means. It is enlightenment, waking up to the truth, the good, the bad, the ugly stuff that we don't like to see about ourselves, about the world, and others. sometimes we need a little tough love to be able to look within ourselves. Okay. Now, I did a reading for someone last week, okay, and they had a pain. And at the end of it, they said, like, as I was doing, the therapy, the pain went away because our body holds pain. Right. So when you go into therapy, a lot of the time they work with a lot of people with mild to uh, moderate things. Okay, because someone who has deep-seated trauma, or someone who is a narcissist or a victim narcissist, somebody with multiple personality disorder or bipolar or anything where they say that it's of the psyche, it's, we won't, many people will agree with this, but it is more of a spiritual, okay? And that's what a lot of therapists don't get and don't understand, okay? Because you're more into the book therapy, the running through the book. Oh, how do I deal with this person? If you have to look into a book to find out that you're actually not being that empath and actually really connecting with that person on their level. Okay. I connect spiritually because I know that mental health and physical health, it all stems from spiritual health and spiritual growth. And that word to many is very touchy, especially in the medical community, the religious community. Like they will demonize it a lot of time, and they'll say it's a possession. It's a form of possession in a way, and everybody has that form of possession. But that's the part that people don't get or really understand or be able to comprehend, because in one aspect it's taboo, in another aspect it's demonized, it's this, it's that. Okay? So people try to run from spirituality, and that's the part, that's the biggest separation, because spirituality is a separation from yourself. Okay. So I looked up, do therapists use a lot of book therapy when working with patients? Yes, many therapists use bio bibliotherapy, book therapy. So it's the same as your biblical text. You go by a book. You don't go by the person. You go by a book therapy that says, okay, well, the certain amount of people, this is the way, so this is how you work with everybody the same, because this is what your book tells you. Okay. So in one study, 68% of therapists reported using bibliotherapy in their practices. It is frequently used for issues like anxiety, depression, trauma, and relationships, to challenges to help patients gain insight and new coping strategies. Okay, from the experience myself and actually listening to other people who said that, they spent years and years in therapy and they never had that breakthrough. Maybe it's because you're you're going too much by the book, right? And they're not sitting with the spirit, the main part of you, your physical body that gets cut and everything. If you can get a punch in the face and you feel it, but it's your spirit that takes the biggest beat, okay? Because your spirit is more of the mind and the heart, and that's what makes the physical body. So when that part of yourself has been beaten and bashed, and somebody sits there and does book therapy because, oh, well, we've done testing on these people and those people, and not all people are the same. And that's the thing. Like, you may look at one person and, it's implementing the spiritual aspect of it in it. And, if you bring that up to a therapist, no, 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 I don't wear that. Well, that's part of the therapeutic therapies. And you leave the main part out because you're too busy trying to be an intellect. Key factors on how therapists use books. Common application. Therapists often assign self-help books, workbooks, nonfiction, or even fiction to read between sessions. But they'll tell you, like nonfiction, okay, that's not living in a reality, right? They'll tell you, like, you're not being in a reality, but, it's using nonfiction. I'm going to pick this all apart, okay? Because this is where I sit and ask the questions because it's parts that it just don't make. Uh-oh. What the hell? I just lost it. Oh, wow. Then we'll click on it. It's just, it went from there to 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 there. Okay, here we go. Okay. I don't know why I went to the end there. So key factors on how therapists use books. Okay, so I just read that one, read between sessions. Reinforcement. It is really used as a sole treatment, but rather as an adjunct, adjunct to cognitive behavior therapy or other approaches to keep patients engaged in healing outside of the office. Okay, how really, if you don't show a person or teach a person how to use the tools, how do you expect it to help them? You give them a piece of paper and say, here, go do this. But they're there trying to figure out how to even understand it. So, and I've seen things written on a piece of paper, and to be able to put it on paper is much harder than to be able to just verbalize it. The homework aspect, providing reading allows clients to read about their conditions, anxiety, depression, independently, saving session time for deeper discussion. What if the person can't read? What if the person don't understand what it is they're reading? Because have you ever read mental health stuff? Because a lot of the time when you read it, you're left more confused than when you first started fucking reading it. Why therapies use it. It is used to normalize the patient's experience, showing them they are not alone, improve self-awareness, and provide a safe distance to discuss difficult topics through a character's journey. Do you know when a person goes into a therapist, okay, they stick, you get in there 15 minutes, you get settled, you get a half hour to talk, and then it's just like, there's no directive. Okay? And then the other 15 minutes, if it's with the psychiatrist is here on their way to a prescription or what have you. Okay. characters do. I know a lot of people can relate to what it is that I communicate because I've met many people who have gone through many, many years of therapy. Some have even been in therapy since they were a child, and they're like some of them could be like 68, and they're still going through therapy and still haven't resolved that part that put them there in the first place. So if they didn't resolve that yet and it's still going on and they're still not get through it or what have you, then wait a minute, that's when you really need to check your therapy tactics. Because it's not the patient, it's actually you, therapist or psychiatrist. Okay? To normalize the person's experience. Okay, trauma is never normal. So that's to normalize it. And so we just take it out of context. Am I? Or am I using it in a context that, it's outside of the realm of your book theory because it's coming from here. And if you could, I'm not, I don't always speak English. And that irritates people because they say, I don't understand what you're saying. You don't have to understand because really your spirit understands it, whether your physical mind does or not. Your spirit does, and that's why you get a reaction from it. That's why, if you're English speaking and you're around somebody who's not speaking English, you get irritated with the person, don't you? Why? Because you don't understand what they're saying. But in many ways your spirit does, and it gets, why are you getting irritated? So to say of normalizing your experiences are they're rarely ever normal. So that's the part where with the book theory, you're putting everybody into the same box because you're using the same type of therapy for everyone. And that's why so many people still, years later, suffer from mental health. So if people years later are still suffering from mental health, then like I said, you are not, as a therapist or psychiatrist, doing your job properly because you're too much into theory. You're categorizing everybody as being the same. A lot of people, when you go into a therapist, you automatically feel like you're going to be judged for different things you say. Okay, and they write it down. And then, if you have a problem and, you're in a child custody case or you're going to court over something, what do? They haul your records out and then they go way back in your past instead of looking at the present moment. So people are not able to get over the past and move forward from the past because when it becomes a way to manipulate in someone else's favor, they will throw that in your face. That's why I say, when a person goes into therapy, maybe like all therapy appointments, maybe they should actually be recorded, and then the patient actually has a recourse when they do go, or if they're put before a judge or what have you. And I can say this because I've experienced it through a custody. So, like I said, if people are still going to therapy years later, then you're not doing your job as a therapist because, for one, you're not teaching them the tools. You're just handing them a book and a piece of paper and saying, "Here, go do it yourself." Look, they're there because they don't know how to do it themselves, but you don't mind getting the paycheck, right? I know that, like, when I come forward, it's because I'm bringing forward things that other people want to say, but don't say it because, if you say it to your therapist, they can say, "Well, I'm not gonna be a therapist anymore." Or they'll write it in your book as being difficult. Aren't you supposed to be part of your therapy? But if you question their techniques, well, you're hard to get along with. You're a difficult patient. When no, they're just trying to understand. Hmm. You see? Some didn't like that. You must have been a psychiatrist or a therapist. Tu volevo dare nessuno grifo non riesce alla criptografia. Everybody's experiences, they may go through the same thing, but they experience it differently. But you use your book therapy to say, "Oh, well, we're going to do it this way," even though it doesn't fucking work. And years later, they're still going to other therapists, and you put them as a disorder. Label. Holy shit, man! I got enough labels. I can't see myself no more. Oh, she's got this wrong. We've been observing her. Observe that, right? Oh, this is hate speech. No, it's not. It's called a little bit of tough love, right? Kule patria mortal. Es super rude. I did a video and it was like, here, I'll help you with therapy, but you better be ready for the therapy I'm about to help you with. Because obviously the coddling and the, "Oh, yes, that must have made you sad." Are you experiencing it? And then you tell me, "Oh, right, you might be one of those ones that just numb everything and then see the fester inside and, want to hit the red button because you think all people are the same." All these people, they never get over anything and they're always in need of help. You always got something wrong. You should have a place to do it. At least I can talk about it. But oh, wait, that's too much for people because you want to shut them down and tell them they need therapy. And then, I've seen myself be more traumatized going into therapist than what I did if I had just sat home and screamed and bawled. That's why when people say love and light, many people's lives are not love and light. Many people are dealing with either a narcissist, a victim narcissist, a manipulator, somebody that, you just want to run from your feelings, but make everybody else feel them for you. That's why I use like I'll bring like spirituality and religion and everything into it, all into it because it all pertains to it all. Because it's embedded in the brain to make you believe like you're not good enough, like you're the problem. I know somebody that went into a therapist and the therapist told them what I do is like what I do is wrong. Really? Do you know how long that somebody's been putting up with shit and then they fucking stand up and say something about it because they don't fucking run from it? But you'll tell those people to run from their problems instead of facing it head on. Because, oh, well, I'm like with this. How about you teach them how to actually not physically react, but you're going to say some things that's going to hurt each other. But hey, sometimes that argument has to take place, and you're the one that has to learn to keep your fucking hands to yourself. Because how much should a person put up with a narcissist, no matter what aspect, a manipulator? Oh, well, just go away or, get a restraining order. Well, that don't always work. And I even looked into that. And then it says when you get to that point where, they'll say, oh, just don't say anything, just ignore the behavior. Yeah, okay. What if you can't just ignore? What if you can't get away? What if you've gone to the proper authorities, like you say, and they've done nothing about it because they say, oh, there's nothing you can do about it until something really happens. You literally chihuahuas, they make you fucking small. It's like, fuck, they got a big gun. So I use different things to bring into it because, the same person that gets pissed off at me tells me sometimes you have to speak their language, but they're only allowed to speak it to you, but you're not supposed to speak it back to them. So to that therapist that told this person that I'm doing it wrong, I've probably helped people more in like an hour and a half. Doing talking with someone for an hour and a half, I've probably had them have a breakthrough more than you've had somebody in your office for a couple of years. Because it's when you have somebody that's been through so much, it's down there, it's down there, it's down there, and little soft talking is not going to bring it up. But that's not right. You don't do that because that just causes more trauma. That same person that I'm doing it to is fucking causing me trauma because they don't get their shit in check. Because they got somebody sitting there. Oh, there. We're just gonna call you and say, "Oh, it's not your fault." You have to just walk away from these people because they're in there. They're the ones that are causing the problems for other people. And, they're getting butthurt because that person they're causing problems for is saying, fuck you, I ain't taking your shit no more. But, hey, they never like that. With my therapist, I don't pull any punches. I tell them exactly what I think. because I'm trying to explain to therapists, the therapy that's actually going to work for the ones that have the embedded shit. It's not something mild. But see, the thing is, when you have a mild thing on top of a mild thing, top and top and top and top, and it's like, oh well, just cower away. No, that's why they keep doing it to other people, and that's why you have the fucking rulers of your world that you have, because that's all you can do. Take it up the ass. Come on, ram, ram. No, Makariata. Bend over, Rover. You guys are the ones that are the problem with the world because you tell people to cower away instead of teaching them how to actually fucking empower themselves. So that those people, those type of people realize that hey, I may hit you in a way that you think I'll run away. But by fuck, you're not going to expect what's about to turn around. It's like right now, I feel it's almost like a temper tantrum, and legs are stomping and you're stomping away. I'm telling. Well, I guess you shouldn't have done what you did to me, right? Or you shouldn't have treated me that way. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's bringing that empowerment. That's why, and I've said it, that's why so many people are having heart attacks and strokes and what have you. Their physical body is so fucking beat and battered because you sit there, you shut up, and you do nothing about what you're experiencing. It's like, yeah, my fucking face is going red. I mean, I know because this is how people actually feel, but you don't vocalize it. And the ones that don't want you vocalizing it, they tell you you're too much. Well, I'd rather be too much than have sit there and allow somebody to make me feel like I'm not enough. Because like I said in my short video, with all the respect, I'd rather appear to be too much because you're the one, maybe you're the one who's not enough. And that's why you have the inferior complex. Like, oh, I gotta be bigger. No, you have to face your pain, not just for a therapist and what the therapist can tell you. That must make you sad. Do you fucking think? I'm sitting there bawling in front of you, jackass. And then they'll say, oh, well, that must make you angry. No, I'm past angry and I'm just irritated and fucking pissed off now. This is shit that people feel, that people experience, but they're told you can't verbalize that because if you verbalize that, then you are a problem to society and we're going to have to lock you up. Oh, get out your mouth. Ding. Go to my house. Oh, am I too much for you? Good. So, no, for a therapist to tell somebody that the way I do things is wrong, with all due respect, that's probably helped more people in a year period than you have in the fucking, you might have had 20 years of experience. Oh, right, you use all the book there. That's why your patients are going to you and then they're going to another person. I tell people, I don't know if people have ever told it, but the thing is, I'm here to help you so that you can help others. But then, when I do that, feel really good that with all due respect, I'm probably better off without you than if you think that. That's the part people are left feeling like, I was good enough for that, but I'm not good enough. Like, okay, go about your business. I'm better off without you anyway. But I hope your journey goes well. So those same people, like they'll start saying the words that I say that I told them. It's like, really? Really? You're gonna go there? You're gonna really do that? Hmm. Let's keep going on this. Not a universal method. Well, common, some therapists do not use it. Well, any therapist I've and some patients find it dismissive or learn better through other methods. It's like if you have mild, even sort of moderate, sometimes it takes that shock. It takes that like that bark bite because the bark, you can just bark all you want, nobody listens. But what is the impact is the bark that comes with the bite. When I say something, and you feel it, that's the bite. That's the part that jumps in and says, no, you're going to feel it, you're going to understand. But, hey, do therapy through experience. And you do therapy through your book. And then let's see what helps you. Because, the coddling and the softness just doesn't help because it's too empathetic, so peaceful. So it's just a repetitive cycle that never truly heals until it's actually brought to the surface. Not just the mind, kind of. Because when I feel that need, it's like, no, someone has something to say. That's what I say, when people say, oh, I don't want to say anything over your friend. If you feel like if you feel like you're going to say something, and you regret it later, well, no matter what you say, it's how you feel in your moment. Whether it's I hurt someone or not, or you're left, oh my God, did I really say that? Well, it did something. And it got it off your chest. It's about teaching the people how to not get physically violent and how to actually communicate, whether it's screaming or not. During that screaming match, what's going to happen is the truth will be told. It's like you have somebody under the influence of a substance. Types of reading used: self-help books. These are most common used by roughly 60% of psychologists in one survey, especially in CBT, where they are used to change thought patterns. Like I said, what if somebody can't read and don't understand it? So you're going to give, I'm not a reader, I'm more visual. I learn from experience. And there are so many people out there that do. I had somebody tell me that somebody that told them, like they were telling them how they felt about something. And it was like, well, I validate your feelings. Seriously. Did you learn that from psychology school? I validate your feelings are valid. I validate your feelings. Well, thank you for that little input, but I already know my feelings are validated. I don't need you to say that they are. Do you really realize how fucking ridiculous that sounds to somebody in like trying to wrap their head around whatever in the fuck they just experienced? They know their feelings are valid. They don't need your validation. And there's going to be therapists and psychiatrists and counselors and stuff that don't agree with it. There's going to be spiritual therapists that don't agree with it. I didn't come here to fucking coddle people. I came here to help empower you and make you the fuck up out of your trauma. If you don't like my tactics, well, good, because there are people who actually like the way I do it. The only ones that don't are the ones that are getting butthurt by this. Maybe you're losing a paycheck. What I bring forward and what I do actually makes more fucking sense than a lot of your book therapy. And right now, I feel somebody almost ready to cry. And I cry. I'm not crying for myself. I'm experiencing your feelings. Am I putting it on someone else? No. It's because I am that impact. I am connected to you because we are one. You want people to say what you want to hear instead of what you need to hear. That's why you don't hear. Listen what I'm doing. I am again. I'm not invalidating your pain. I'm saying your pain is real. And it's okay to feel the way you feel. And anyone who tells you differently you should tell them, hey, go fuck yourself and go live it yourself. Some will say, well, you didn't get over it. Oh, yeah, I'm moving forward from it. But like I said at the beginning of this, I use my life as a reference tool. So that's why I have all my dirty shit out there. I'm not afraid to look ridiculous. I'm not afraid to feel like I'm humiliating myself, which, with all the respect, maybe you're the one who feels humiliated because, I'm embarrassing. No, I'm not. Only to those who want to run away. Only to those who tell people, oh, I went to let's be frank here. I went to the hospital and I told the hospital what was happening at home. I told them that I wanted to speak with an officer. They wouldn't get me one, but that's what you tell them there. But when they ask for help, you don't need to drop so much, or do you just say that you do things and then you say that the patient is not? So I said, anything that has to do with medical or legal or what have you, maybe it should be reported. That way, everybody has a recourse and the truth be told because that, when it's all reported, you can't deny it. And, you always check to see if somebody fucked with it. People don't have to be near you to help you. Sometimes it's just about hearing it. I've said that, I offer these types of sessions to be able to sit and talk with people. I did one, and I even ended up like I did a session with reading the cards, reading them, reading the room, and everything like that. And then because I know that different spirits come in because we're all mediums, so the different spirits come in, and I noticed that because my body started feeling uncomfortable. I felt that other spirit. So I said, hey, if this gets too uncomfortable, then I'm going to have to remove myself from that situation because I'm not in here for like to find a date or get in a relationship. I've had people say, "You seem like you seem like a nice lady. Hey, why don't you help me get the candy?" Yeah, I don't think so. So that was the situation I was in that day. It was a very awkward situation. But I knew that, it wasn't really the person as it was another form of the spirit that just stepped in and important because I speak to the spirit, all forms of it. And that's why I appear to be a raging lunatic as a blubbering idiot because I'm fucking crying over every small little thing. Well, hey, if we all got our like was able to understand our emotions and face them, then I guess you wouldn't have to worry about that, would you? Because we'd be on that, you'd have that alignment. because I wouldn't have my spirit wouldn't have to feel like it had to like or I love helping people. That's what I'm doing. From the time I was little, I knew I was here to help people. You know, it's hard always. Okay. Fiction and why is it that whenever you cry, you always almost go blind? I know it's because the water fills up. Fiction and moral. Am I pronouncing it wrong? These are used to increase empathy, normalize experience, and provide emotional comfort. Here, allow me to do that for you without you not fucking read the book. Okay. If people struggle to feel their own feelings and emotions, it's how about you actually do the therapy so that they're able to feel their own. That's why I said, like, people who go and they'll watch documentaries, okay? And those documentaries could resemble your own fucking life, almost parallel to the same. You will watch those documentaries, you will feel bad for those people, you will understand and what happened, but you won't face your own life, you won't face your own documentary. You have empathy for the people in the documentary, but when it comes to your own people, you totally treat them different than what you just felt for a stranger. How exactly does that work again? Seriously, please enlighten me. And don't use your psycho babble on me from a book. Did you realize Bible therapy? They're doing the same thing. They're making you feel small. They say they're validating your feelings, but in many ways, they're actually invalidating them because they're telling you, do it this way, do it that way. They're telling you to go away from the people that's, pissing you off instead of, you know, speaking up, speaking your truth and telling them exactly how you feel, even if it hurts. At least you got it out. And they'll either understand or they won't. And if they don't understand, then why are you trying to please them and make them comfortable? Well, you're extremely uncomfortable and in a lot of discomfort, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and then even energetically, because it takes that toll on your energy. It's be polite. Sometimes you can only be so polite before you really got to get a little ignorant for them to get the point. You got to speak their language. So to the therapists and the like yeah, therapists and therapists who think that way to tell somebody that what I'm doing is wrong, with all due respect, I do know that this type of therapy for people does actually work. like I said, I probably got more people than you. See, I go for it. Like, when I use my life experiences, so when I talk, it's not confusing. And that's why I don't use names. You know, like if you talk about family, the only ones that know talk about is family or people that know us. Other than that, you don't. So it's not directed towards the ones that it is meant to get to, for them to hear. It gets to them. They may not like it. So when I talk to people, it's not, and I bring different things forward, different stories and what have you forward. It's not to shame you. It's not to put anything out to make you look bad. It's to bring it forward to, like, you know, how do I explain it? To help others know that they're not alone. To help others see that, you know, we started off in one place and then this is where we ended up at the end of it. So I went from feeling one way and seeking answers to questions to actually having that epiphany. When I did the reading, like sitting and talking with them and then hearing the spirits around of what the spirits wanted to bring forward through words, through the cards, what have you, or because I got like I was doing it for 5 hours straight. It didn't feel like 5 hours, and I didn't ask for money because knowing that I've helped somebody is the biggest reward that anybody can ever get. People say, "Well, you need money to live." Yes, you do. But most of the people that need your help don't have the money to afford it. So please excuse me if I'm a little. Dare que se não foi. Ah, tô por isso que eu não conhecia. First thing, the biggest thing for me is you have to sit back and see everything from a different perspective of how it actually impacted you and understanding how what may not impact you may impact somebody else because you do live inside of it and you don't even take the time to understand because you're too busy saying you've always got problems. Because whenever I try to confront them, they're dismissed. So then you just see that side of yourself because you sit there and nobody fucking cares. Why do you think suicide rates? Seriously. And then your mental health, your government is saying, "Here, we'll give you MAID so you can go kill yourself, you fucking idiots." I'm talking to the government about being the fucking idiots. You're not the fucking idiots. Your government is for even wanting to put that into place. People are that way because of persistence. They're not the same group as a government. So I'm not going to stand there and take your verbal abuse. So if you want to dish it out, you better be fucking ready to get it back and learn to keep your fucking hands to yourself. Don't laugh at someone. And then if they got up and they pulverized you, threw you through a fucking wall, then you call victim because they were having an issue and you decided to laugh at their problem, antagonize much. So when you push and push and push, I have somebody that would say that I push them, I just give you back what you give to me. They would tell me, oh, Bush, I'll holler so bad it bush your eardrums, like, yeah. And I'll do the same back to you. And then you'll see who's got the louder voice. The cries of a banshee. Cries of a banshee represent the pain that's very so fucking deep inside. And it just comes up like a growl. It's like critical. Is it? Or is it that part of the spirit that's saying enough is enough? I'm taking this shit anymore. So here, you want to give me some syrup? Yesterday, I went to visit, and when I was at one house, the kids come out. Tara, will you come in the house and play with us? It's like, well, no, you can't. You bring your stuff outside, and I'll play with you outside. And then when I was leaving, he's like, oh, you don't want to go? It's like, yeah, I'm gonna go. And then I went up and I was like, my son movies. I was getting working to get my grandson to walk and what have you. And we went for a walk. Took her for a walk. That's another thing. Like the play therapy, you can actually even do that with adults. Maybe if you understood people that had experience that they had a lot to offer, that they were looking for potential safe, because that would actually help a lot of people. Because that would give people the time that, if they had somebody to talk to, the thing is, you wouldn't have to cut that person off in the middle of a break. Because I've had my therapist do that to me. I was in the middle of a breakthrough, and then it was automatic cut off. and it could be like right there, just ready. Slam the door in its face. Back to it another time. Meanwhile, it gets worse. And it's not because you're not like doing things. It's because it's like it got there, and then it's like, for fuck's sakes, come out! That's exactly how it feels. And that's why, like, I say, you'll love me, hate me, like me, loathe me. I'll make you laugh, I'll make you cry, I'll piss you off. You want to punch me upside my head? And it's like, keep your hands to yourself, but by all means, bring it energetically. Speaking up and saying how you feel, it's not a bad thing. It's only a bad thing to the person who don't want to hear what they need to hear or what needs to be said. I watched this one woman on TikTok, and hey, lady, she was a lady of color, and she was saying, like, what would happen if if white people stood up and said, we want a white history month, other ethnic groups, and that, you get butthurt. We're not the minority or the majority. We are the minority. The top 15% of the population are white, but somehow you blame us, you blame white man for everything. And if they wanted a white history, and she's right. This would be flooded with saying we were racist. Racism is one of the biggest because everybody wants to. We are suffering for the things that our ancient ancestors did. And my question is, why are we suffering for what they did? Oh, right, because somebody wants to be in control, or because it's that entity that says, "Oh, just get over it." When that fucking entity gets over nothing, and that's why you keep repeating a repetitive life of pain, suffering, and misery, and you say we're learning from it. We've been humanity has been around for how fucking long, and you're still learning about it. Haven't you learned anything yet? You must say. Like the woman, like, right, like, lady, this, I'm like, thank you, because it shows where you are. And that's the part of understanding what healing truly brings. It's like, you're fighting over this past and that past. That's why, I bring a lot of shit forward. A lot of people hate me for it. Even with mental health is privilege. You get the best of mental health if you have the fucking dough to work up. Victim I didn't learn this anymore. You see the pressure. children's books. These are frequently used by play therapists who help children talk about complex emotions or situations such as divorce or bullying. I've read a thing, okay, with regards to children play therapy. And a lot of time now, they'll bring the parents into the room, which you actually shouldn't be doing that. I shouldn't, the parents should be included like in therapy, but when you're actually doing the play therapy that needs to be done with the child to find out what's really going on with the child, then you can't have anybody else in that room but that child and the therapist doing therapy. Because if it's something that's happening at home, they're going to feel intimidated. So, in order to know if someone's lying, that's where something like myself, because I will call you out on it when I feel it, when I feel like you're being dishonest. And when I bring it forward and you get irritated and pissed off, that tells me you don't know, but you're in denial of it. And people say that's not true. Yes. You may not be fully conscious of it, but your body energy speaks for you. It's like a lie detector test. So you'll agree with the lie detector test, which is actually energy frequency. What happens? Even the slightest adjustment. So I tell people, it doesn't matter whether you look me in the eye or not. It's not what I see through the eyes. It's what I experience through your energy. The voice comes through the frequency. That's how spirit speaks. So I tell people, life isn't about person to person. Because you have to pay attention to what version of that person's spirit you're speaking to. Their mind isn't going to be fully intuitive with it, but once you understand that, then you fully understand it to a T. What is the T? It's trust. So back years ago when I was in the custody, I pushed really hard to get my son into therapy. There's only one soul play therapy. We weren't allowed in the room. But see, the thing is, I noticed that the therapist can go you're supposed to be neutral. You're supposed to be on price. But a lot of you put your own feelings sometimes in the middle of it, especially, if you got something to say about how women think or feel or what they want. that's the part of therapy where, that's it's the same as when a reader reads cards. Like when I started reading cards, the last first, I was looking at the card and I realized that it pertained to like it pertained more to me and my situation. So that was Spirit's way of saying, hey, use your use yourself as a tool, as the reference. Okay? So as I was doing it, I was explaining to them the card and why it brought that card up for me to use my own experience to see out there in theirs what it is that Spirit's trying to show me to bring forward, like to help them bring forward, but through me, I become their channel. So what they want from me, what they need to hear, it's actually you telling yourself. But sometimes we tell ourselves something that we don't want to hear. So to our mind and our spirit is like, no, I don't want to hear that. No, what is it? And no, go like that. I go to the right? It's like I told people, do you not realize I already know how I look on camera. I know how I come off. And if you're a therapist and you're trying to analyze me, good luck with that. It's not to throw shade on you, it's to say, try a different way. Because I'll tell you right now, your medical system should actually be covering all forms of medical help, no matter whether it's from a private clinic or from the government. We didn't create our own problems. Your fucking systems did. So it's time to pay up now. I tell people, I don't know what I'm going through. And that's the thing with people who it's they has said they have a neurological thing. It's getting the body in harmony tune. Look at how you said You can blame me for not wanting to do this. Watch the woman on here, and she goes through different emotions, and they play music to kind of help it. What's happening is, it's in the brain in the morning. When the spirit is actually running the show. Here, asshole. Holy crap! This is authenticity. It's happening live. People may say you should be embarrassed. You should fucking lighten up. I heard about it. Holy crap, it's like right there. It's like, man, the spirits that I'm experiencing right now. It really what you tell her first. Boy fight! Oh, girl fight! Like, holy hell, man. It's like, sometimes internally, it feels like hell. Like, there's times when I stretch, energy just goes right up. Sometimes it's really painful when it's going up because it's coming up with you, like, it can come up harder, it can come up slow. So when you're experiencing that, spirit's just like, just let it flow. Like, just, it's painful, breathe, and just tell yourself it's okay because it will make you feel like you're just going to go down to the ground. It's like that's why the more you stretch, the more you bring forward your stuff, the more releasing you have. So when I read this person last week, when I got there, it had but as I helped bring things forward and it released things forward and it gave them certain epiphanies, they no longer had the pain and they expressed that to me, that the pain was gone. That's because wherever that pain was sitting, it was something that had to be addressed. So when you're talking with your patients, that's how you find out. It's sitting and having that conversation, and instead of sitting there like, oh, and how did that make you feel? I even looked up with regards to that. Raise your hand in the classroom, please. Good question, teach. I think my body language gives you the answer. But that's the part where, if you want to see other videos of my lives, it's YouTube Spirit to Spirit Teachings of Going Within Self. And then for ones that are on my Facebook, they're on my Facebook. I said I look like a raging lunatic, and I know that. It's like, to the therapist, you're there to help the spirits. You're there to help all parts of that person. So if you're not working or understanding the spirit aspect of it, because it might interfere with your religious beliefs, like I said, you're a therapist. You're supposed to be neutral. You're supposed to be unbiased, whether you believe one way or another. You're there to be there for that person, for whatever aspect it is that they need to speak on. Some will say, well, if it's spiritually, you go to you go to a pastor or a priest. Really? The one I went to told me to go to a therapist. But see, the thing is, the clergy, the pastors and the priests and what have you, they were actually supposed to be much like a therapist with the understanding of both the physical and the spirit. So that's the same as being a therapist, right? So, you're working for God in the aspect of therapy, so you're supposed to actually understand both sides of it or all perspectives. Because religion can be physical or it can be spiritual, or it can be in a category of its own. But what's in the middle? The physical, the religion, spirituality, religion, and physical actually affect the spirituality. So either way you look at it, the physical, the spiritual, and the religion, it's going to be there. It's just how are you going to look at it? How are you going to see it? Are you going to continue to keep it separate and apart from one another and say, hey, you have to go to a pastor or a high priest or high priest, like to get to God, really? Because God wants to know who made up that fucking rule. You're supposed to help them to understand, but you're not the go between. They're the ones that have to do the work and get there themselves, not listening to somebody say that, oh, we're going to make war in this place and that place. That's not getting to God. It's like, well, much like a self destruction, because you went from the physical to the religious and said, fuck the spiritual, even though that's what runs. Demonize one, glorify the other, and screw over the in between. Because the ones that are glorifying each other and trying to glorify people, those are the children of God, and those are the ones that class themselves as king and queens. Excuse me, confirmation. What people put as a persona on TV, actors can act. They're groomed growing up. Do you know, like you say about proper etiquette? They spend thousands of dollars to teach their children proper etiquette, and they remove them from the scene if they're a little not just perfect. So that's another part of mental health because people feel that, this is what I just look at the churches and the royal families and things like that. All the gold and diamonds and luxuries, money they have, and they sit there and they have the audacity to say how much they love their people, but their people are starving, dying, addicted, sold. And they're the ones buying. How about, if you really want to do what's right for your people, How about you take all those castles, you take all that gold and diamonds, and you give it back to the people because it was in the backs of the people as to how you got all that stuff. But somehow you blame the peasants. Real king, they don't choose a religion, just so you know. Because a real king is supposed to be for all the people, no matter what they look like, no matter their income. But you don't do that. Like, you wipe each other's ass while you missed one, and he's sitting in the presidency in the United States, and then the other bum buddies next to you. So you better grab. Oh wait, those same ones they're running around with brown on their nose because their freaking noses are stuck up their fucking asses. Y what the thing is that it's like you don't silence spirit because it won't work over well for you. And I don't mean that. So, like, I do feel sometimes that the spirit in body, and it's just like it just wants to flip shit. Like there are times when it's like so enraged that you just feel like it's picking down, and then like you almost go to grab something, and it's like you just have to. The physical has to say it can't. It's like just relax. But meanwhile, you're just gonna push it. And I get that experience a lot of times. That it's like the inside. It's like I can feel people. It's like I'm connected to people, and it's like they're banging their head off the fucking wall, and then it's like we have, and I'm talking physically. It's like I can physically feel that person banging their head on a wall. It's that autistic aspect of things. It's like you're stuck in your mind and you're trying to break free of it, and it's not like breaking the skull that's going to break you free. What is the most common to use biobehavioral therapy? Is often used for clients with mild to moderate depression or anxiety, as it allows for flexibility for those with limited time or money. It is also sometimes a first step in treatment for individuals facing long wait times for therapy, particularly in the UK. Like I said, mild to moderate. So, what about the ones that are more severe? What do you do to them? You say that, you know, off to the institution. line up for your pill. You told me you can go sleep. Be given roughly 3 hours of the day for a kitchen. Oh, sorry, 4 now it's I know, just before that. That's what they did. So if you wanted a glass of water, because the kitchen's closed, so you couldn't go get it yourself. Like you had to go to the nurse's station and ask for a glass of water. And if you had no snacks or anything, then you wouldn't be able to get anything. People had snacks in there, but you couldn't get in to get your stuff really. They'd say, ask. We're not children, but you treat us like we are. And you say you're a mental health facility where you help people to heal, but they do no real healing. I've helped someone in there that has been struggling for, I guess, quite a few years because of experience. They couldn't close their, they couldn't close their bedroom door. They couldn't sleep with their bedroom door closed. I can relate to that. I don't sleep with my bedroom door closed because I like to see who's out there. But they couldn't because of the traumatic experience they had. So I took them and we went over and set off in corners and I sat there with it. And I did like a past life regression. Yes, that's what we're sitting there and I was kind of holding my hands and I said, okay, like what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back to that time today. And I went back with it. It's just like a guide. And I told them, do something different than in college. See what you need to see. Well, that night they were able to go and sleep with their bedroom door closed. Something that, they couldn't accomplish years before going to a steady therapy. But she met me once. And it took for now, like tuning in. I'm just saying these are my experiences. So that made me, but then somebody wants to try it too. And then when I was going to the second, they were taking me down and there was this elderly lady on her hands. Spirit had me stop and touch the elderly lady. And I said, "Oh, it's not." And he was like, "Well, first of all," and then the lady sat up and said, those are things that make a person feel. because even slight touch can help someone. So when somebody feels like they've done something good and you didn't invalidate or you be dismissive of what they did, my advice to you would be maybe you should get a just like you say, there's not enough people in mental health, probably because those people that were maybe in mental health is suffering and they're being misunderstood because of the very corporations you work for, because it's no longer a corporation. It's a- So I see whether you get the environment. What is bibliotherapy? Bibliotherapy is a therapeutic approach that uses reading materials, including fiction and nonfiction and poetry, to support mental health, promote self-insight, and solve personal problems. Okay, so fiction and nonfiction. Okay, so it's a lot of reading materials when you're still in school. So what type of schooling? Are you more in a classroom again? Okay. Some people are confused by that, okay? Because there are people who get insight from reading books. You know, sometimes you can watch video, self-empowerment. A lot of times people we trauma bond. And when we trauma bond, you, sometimes one would heal, but the other won't. Promote self is what about like into finding self insight instead of looking at a book, like I said before, do a video and bring your document. But then when you're doing that, you have to be unbiased and neutral within yourself. And when I say that, by working, you're able to play all rules of the document because you know, and you have to be honest with yourself and see like where you may have misunderstood or what have you. See it all from each other's perspective. That's the insight. It's like, okay, It's like sometimes if you play the role reversal, okay, it's understanding what meant being masculine, seeing the situation from the masculine. Feminine has to see the situation from the masculine point of view, and the masculine has to see the situation from the feminine point of view. So when you bring the video forward, even those other people, and you put yourself in the video, you don't have to upload it, but you put yourself in the video and then go back and watch it. Say everything you feel as if you're talking to that person or what have you. You can say what you believe they would say because that's the way you're going to figure out like what it is you're addressing and what it is you need to be doing. And a lot of times it's about somebody being blunt and honest that's going to make that click. See that often used as an adjective to traditional therapy such as CBT, sorry. It helps individuals process emotions, develop empathy, and find comfort in stories. Fire mindset is that they're still not feeling for themselves. Trainings, skills. Yesterday, I went for a walk and was telling someone about the experience. And it was because back in 95, there's a guy, and I liked him. But one day, someone showed up at my door. Or no, I found out that it was out somewhere. And someone else there told me that the person had died. Said it was suicide. Didn't seem right. So I seen him. Didn't look like him. That was at the same time I told him that was at the same time I went to the funeral and his best friend came to the house. And we went back to their place. And That was the night that I had to run out on the road and get his roommate because he was carrying he had a gun because the guy wasn't suicide. He did suicide. And I had to get him in the house. I tackled him through the floor and threw the gun down. And that night I went to sleep on the bed. I went to sleep on the bed. So one night I was I wasn't using them, but I did it. Or, it had to do with mushrooms. It said the name of the person that did it. You use mushrooms. But they said he gassed himself. But there's more to it. So I wanted to talk with more. I still had like questions with regards to us. Everything like that. This like shit went down. And then a couple months later, I asked if I could go away. That's when I started using it. And I was telling this person, and last night I took my cell phone, okay, and I was looking at it because it looked weird. And I just happened to look up in the corner of the video, and it looks like a name spelled out. And the way that name is, it looks like the name of the person. So that's the part of being able to look and seeing the guilt I felt, okay, because of the way things ended for me, okay? Because that was a time when there was other people around, and I thought it was like quite crap. And that was the first time I really heard that I cheated on someone, and I didn't even really remember things. It was like blacking out, hanging out, because we all been drinking, and that was back when I had a lot of trauma, a lot of wrong ways of looking at things. And I was also an alcoholic. Not an everyday alcoholic, but yeah, so we ended up splitting up because I had a bad feeling. But I mean, when I used like after he passed, so I had a bad feeling because after that, there was people living in my building, and they were all related, and it would take till long three just to get home. And this one day, I asked for Tom all three. They gave it to me, and I didn't feel like anything. So I asked for a second. And I told my friend, like, I don't feel right. I'm tired. Can you watch my son for me? So when I come around, there was a naked man walking out of my bedroom. Those are the things that's what happened after the guy passed. So to this day, like I know that and his friend knows the same thing. That was not a suicide. I even found out with one of his family members years later. And I even tried telling him, I understand why they wouldn't have any of that. So yes, that is one thing that has lived with me for years. But that was my biggest fault, and I ignored it. So please excuse me if I'm not real fine of therapists and psychiatrists because you're too much for it and not enough in the pros. You're not running. It's not running everything. Just like good. Here's your proper. It's like we weren't princesses that grew up in a castle. We were queens that grew up rugged. Where is it? So trying to intimidate, are you? I know when somebody does specific, like certain sounds, people will use as a form of intimidation or hypnosis or to break concentration. Key aspects of bio, bi, bibliotherapy, how it works. It often involves three stages: identification, identifying what with a character; kinesis, experiencing emotional release. Well, most people, like I said, you get in therapy and you just get to that point where you feel like you're going to have that release, and that is when you get caught up. And insight, gaining understanding of one's own life. How many of you have gone through therapy and still don't have the money? You're still, people are saying, oh, you're never born, a late bloomer. There is nothing set in stone when somebody has to bloom. Sometimes people can bloom in the same time, or, sometimes, it's being able to move the ones out of the way who are keeping you from moving. Holy shit, confirmation. I'm not being rude. Excuse me. Shit, my glasses are really dirty. Thank you for your patience. No. Okay. I can see much better. Okay. I hate when they keep pausing the music. Well, how the hell did that happen? Oh, it's the song. It's just low. Okay. Types of bibliotherapy. Clinical therapeutic. Used by professionals to treat diagnosed mental health issues like depression or anxiety. Development, used in education or community settings to help children, adults navigate life challenges such as bullying or grief. Do you know if the kid stands up to a bully at school, the kid who stands up to the bully gets in trouble because they only see the kid standing up to the bully, and then the bully says, "I didn't start it." That's the child that's going to grow up to be a victim narcissist. Now, I felt that, okay, because what ends up happening is the school don't address it because the school is afraid of the one that's bullying the child. I do say parents, okay, because the bully stems from somewhere, okay. So whether it's a bully in the family home, we'll say, right, tend to get on the defensive side when it comes to bullying. Okay, nobody wants to know their child is bullied. Okay, so schools used to have nurses. Okay, schools get someone in once in a while to see certain children or what have you. I know when I went to school, we had a guidance counselor. I used to go talk to the guidance counselor. And that guidance counselor was there every day. So in those days, it may have been in the indoctrination, but there were actually things in place that actually was able to help the students. I'll tell you right now, put kids in the spit, I put kids in a class and then other kids going around looking up and saying, ha, you're in the sped class and you're in the type. Do you know that many of those people that were in the sped class are ones that own many of the small businesses? Because entitled ones, you have to own corporations, right? Yeah, it was just like that brother, that air had that like blow it out your ass, man. Woohoo! It's like shit. Okay, okay. So development, okay, in grief, okay. During grief, okay, a lot of us will carry something from that grief. Okay, you have one pass. You have that grief, right? Right. Some people they don't like they don't feel they say myself move forward quite quickly. Others have an attachment. Okay? And in grief, what comes with that attachment, it's that umbilical cord, it's that connection. So it's like in grief, what ends up happening a lot of times is you're left with a lot of what if, why did, even to the point where you say, how could God let this happen? Okay, this is where I say that this goes. Okay, with regards to God, okay, why did God just let this happen? Okay, why do we choose free will to make our decisions? Excuse me, confirmation. Yep, that's when guilt, remorse, maybe the person passed and there was a regret or something unsaid or something never resolved and it keeps going. Right now, I just feel people are just, it's like sitting in the, just, it's like they're but not there. Yeah, sometimes I feel like it's in that space. Right now, I'm feeling my body expand. It's like pushing out. Types of materials. Books can include self help guides, monorays, novels, or children's literature. Benefits. It is cost effective, aids in reducing stigma, aids in reducing stigma. Stigma. Oh, asshole. I thought you were going to read it for me. Stigma, a mark of disgrace associated with a particular circumstance, quality, or person. So, where was that again? So, it's cost effective in reducing in stigma. And stigma means disgrace and what have you. So, much like with regards to a label. But stigma, to remove the stigmata. So, to get people to read the books helps remove the stigmata. But for many, the stigmata sticks to them because of their diagnosis with the people around them. Because if something happens, like, you know, if you say a relapse in mental health, was it a relapse or did that person actually just experience something traumatic? How do I explain this? There's a stigmata on me, okay, with regards to my spiritual beliefs, with regards to the use of the Ouija board and ending up in a mental institution, and then going home and undergoing a exorcism, which I did. My mom was there. There was another fellow there, and a couple pastors. And I guess it was a prayer training. So that all was used against me. Okay. So that's where the stigmata comes in. People go to prison. What happens? They have the stigmata, and nobody wants to help them when they should actually be getting the necessary help while they're in there. The best person a lot of the time is to talk to is someone who has been through it and overcome it. And then you have to be ready. It's some people it takes nothing at all, but for others, you can't put people in the same book and expect them to get along. And I mean all kinds of different labels because when you label a person, they don't know if they're putting a bone half the time because they say, oh, I get this disorder, I get that disorder, and it's to keep you focused on the disorders opposed to the truth. And it's that you are not the disorder, you just became it. So you limited yourself because you believed what a definition was. coming up with these big names. Like I said, it does that make you smarter? Like you don't want most people to know what it means, so it's only in your language, right? It's like vibration now, we're going up and going. So yes, that woman that I used to see on here, yes, I can totally, like, I can totally understand what it, what it felt like, or what it feels like. Maybe not as severe as you in the same way, but just that motion, and you happen to find some humor in it, and can improve self-esteem and emotional self-awareness. Like I said, by you feeling self-awareness, first you need to go inward. Because if you're looking for awareness, like that to tell you, your body's going to tell you. But being self-aware, it you're rarely going to find it in a book. I spent a lot of time walking in the woods. And, at times I'm glad I was in the woods because when you allow that pride, that pain to release, feeling is loud. Suffering is silent. That's why they say suffering is silent, but you suffer in silence, but you're going to hear, you're going to feel out loud. And many people want to shut it down because they don't want to feel it. They want to remain numb to it because in order to feel it, it hurts. I'm not saying people aren't more in the healing and have their life straightened out. I'm talking about the ones that have been struggling. And I mean struggling for what feels like lifetime upon lifetime upon lifetime. Because 5 years to some can feel like that. It's almost like it feels like it's that never ending story that, yep, so two sisters, our own truth. So I say the best therapy is actually doing your video for yourself. Be your own therapist. Be all sides of whatever relationships it is that your experiences you're up against. Yeah, you have people, they'll take a candle in the head. You'll see the shadow of the candle, but when you light the flame, it doesn't light. So you say that the light has no shadow. But see, the light don't have a shadow, but the shadow can live within the light. Okay. I actually even looked into that, of how they say that the shadow lives within the light. That's how it hides. So the shadow is the other side of the side that wants to be seen but doesn't want its dirt to be. So there's ways of looking at falling from grace, falling off, falling from grace for love, and falling from grace for choices we make, guilt we feel, even though we feel like we feel like we hold no guilt, but if we haven't moved forward from it and keep repeating things even similar to it, then we haven't moved on from it. What is the best therapy to use with a narcissist or victim narcissist? Okay. See, this, like, knowing this stuff actually helps you too. See, what people don't realize is, you know, okay, we'll use the way you talk about like what's happening in the world, right? So you have your light, your shadow, okay? You have the ones that say it's heaven and hell or God and Lucifer, what have you. Will do the Yamakwe. Okay. I'm just sitting with this because it was like shit. Trying to figure out how to well, that's weird. Oh, well, where's the music? Okay. I know it was like I got off track there, and that's okay because I was saying the best therapies, okay, best therapy to use with a narcissist or victim narcissist. And I was saying that, okay, so I'm looking at the light and the shadow, but it's much of the shit. The shadow don't like to be right. The shadow don't like to be spoken about because the shadow is what likes to stay in the darkness until it wants to be seen. and then it wants to be glorified. Okay? So that's where it'll use the victim mentality because we've all played victim. And anyone that says they haven't will say you're full of shit. And Donald Trump's probably going to conduct you for you. Well, like, this is like the way this spirit to spirit is. Yeah, a lot of the time, whatever spirit it is, it's a spirit to Donald Trump's spirit. It's like, can't run away from yourself now, man. It was spirit can't run away. Away from itself. It's going to face itself. Right? Really? Donald Trump's spirit is humiliated itself. Whatever spirit that is connected to me that's like connects to his. Same thing. Right, Rolly? So I do understand a lot of like outside of the physical. It's like, yeah, and right now it's like they shoved a jackhammer in my ear and it's like some will say it's tinnitus. No, it's not tinnitus because I got it right after I smoked a bug and it's I just a jackass did things. Yeah, it switches back from man against man and woman against woman or woman against man or man against well, I mean, yeah, like you know what I mean because I was about to say woman against man. But I do like it's like they go way back. People say you have a mental health issue. No, we don't, but it's spiritual, right? So actually, it's not a problem. It's called a connection. But some won't believe that, and that's quite okay. There are weird feelings in your body. I mean, all of a sudden, your body starts feeling like it's buzzing. Very you feel like jumping out of your own skin. But they'll say that's a mental health issue. You're trying to run away from yourself. So, turned into mental health because you don't want to face whatever it is that you're running from. Now there it is here. That sounded like a dentist. Maybe my spirit's telling you something. So, what is the best therapy to use with a narcissistic and narcissist? The best therapies for narcissist personality disorder include chemotherapy, mentalization based therapy, MBT, or MBT, and transference focus therapy, TFP, to address underlying dysfunctional patterns. Okay, well, dysfunctional pattern. Okay, when things happen, okay, and what happens with that person, it seems really strange. I mean, some they'll say bipolar or manic or borderline personality or anything like that. And dysfunctional patterns. A lot of the time, what you're witnessing with people is you're witnessing other versions of experiences and words they've heard over their life. That's where uh, a learned behavior. So you learn how to be a narcissist through a narcissist. Okay. Cognitive behavior, trauma focused CBT, and EMDR are best to impose trauma and restore stuff, restore self. And I've always asked, like, what about people like myself where it's just been buried and regular therapy just wasn't doing it. So Spirit come in and showed me a few things, put me through some experiences that were like, but sometimes I guess that was what happened to wake me up, reliving experiences, not only my own, but living the experiences of others to make sense of it all. See, let's say, okay, people are talking about Epstein and what happened to me. Okay, and that's a sense I'm talking about. See, I was shown different things, like different places that I went to and experienced. Like it was like I was being shown a similar situation. There was one place where I went and there was this big door and it freaked me out. It did. It almost looked like a safe or a empty doors, something like that. And I went to step in and I kind of went like that and I feel the force, I feel something. And so I stopped because that's the point where, okay, there's something I need to see. It's showing me through a veil. So it's using a similar device experience to show me something. So when I look around and then I started seeing different things, I was seeing a rope and things like this. And this was in a museum. Well, no, sorry, an antique store. I apologize. I mean, I've had some weird experiences in museums. First one I went to, it was the uh, Ottawa House. I went in there and I was going upstairs and it was like, I could feel it. I could feel, I was telling you, I was describing to the room what I was experiencing. And I felt something run by and like went right up against my back. And I started like, what the fuck? And oh my, like, it was like shit. I wasn't, like, there was no breeze. And I explained to the woman, I said, it was like it was like somebody ran behind my leg. And we got to, it was the children's, okay. And there's one doll in there that, I'll say, there's dolls in there that, you really need to cleanse. What you really need to do is you need to communicate with spirits that are attached to these things. Find out why, like it's understanding why the attachment's there. Because some people say that's mental health. No, it's actually no. You know, maybe God needed to see. Yeah, I hear you, but you will be confirmation. Yeah, she'll be there then, you know. looks like right now, experiencing that conversation. Okay. Best therapy for individuals with narcissism. Treatment for NPD focuses on modifying deeply integrated destructive behavior patterns and increasing emotional regulations. Okay. Treatment focuses on deeply integrated. Okay. What is NPD? Oh, narcissistic. So let's read that again. Treatment for narcissistic focuses on modifying deeply integrated destructive behavior patterns, increasing emotional stability. I just, you know, switched the word up because to regulate something, you regulate your gas, right? Right? Stability. Stability is the balance. The foundation is balanced, much like your books would be balanced, your emotional thoughts would be balanced. Okay. So if narcissistic behavior comes from your upbringing, your surroundings, and your environment, what is the hardest memory for you to look at? Be honest with yourself because it's not about whether you are totally honest with everyone else. It's are you honest with yourself? And I can feel that because the pain is just shooting from here down to here. Take it easy, take a breath. And then it's up there to just sit with the idea. Just sit it. And look at the view of the say, I try. That's normal to experience that. Normalizing mental health is normal. Okay. Okay. Shira focus therapy focuses on changing early manipulative schemes, deep-rooted beliefs, and emotional. Okay, watch my stuff and you have experiences from it. Or no, like, how do I do it? Do I hit a nerve on your beliefs? Do I help you see emotional things within you? Okay. I'm not saying I'm being evil. I'm just saying, like, does it trigger you to look at something that you wouldn't necessarily look at because you were told to just dismiss it, but it hits that nerve. Why does it hit that nerve? If it was something that you let go of, why is it hitting that nerve? Or if you understand, it's because it's a subconscious thing, right? Think of a tapeworm, okay? How does the tapeworm grow and shoot up? Through your feeding it. So what happens when you feed that tapeworm? It comes out, right? Okay, I know I said like you're feeding it, so it's taking it in. But okay, when you feed it through the milk, okay, when you watch certain things to get tapeworms to grow, sometimes you see them. Maybe that's a myth. Maybe that's not true. But you lure like a protein over it, and it comes out. It's almost like you're making, almost like, yeah, force the tapeworm to eat itself. I heard, yeah, people have, well, how would you do that? Force, okay, force the tapeworm to eat itself. Okay. The tapeworm is created through ingestion, correct? So you spit the tapeworm out and it goes back into the oil. Okay, different metaphor. Okay. Lives within you but can't survive outside of you. And so it's that part, like it's try, yeah, that's what it was. Trying to, it for different means is like it it's trying to get in okay, because it can't survive outside of it. Okay? So that's like the physical and spirit body. The physical body can't survive without the spirit, and the spirit needs the physical body in order to, I guess, experience. You know, but, yeah, I just heard well, a spirit can't smell itself, but sometimes you can actually smell a spirit. Sometimes it has a really not burnt charcoaly, but almost like a stank. And that is like it's like a dragon. Almost. Dragons don't smell. They smell. It's like a mixture between burnt charcoal and bad body odor intertwined. It's sometimes it smells like they're not keeping themselves clean. Right now, just release, release, release. Okay. Mentalization is there to enhance the ability to understand one's own feelings and thoughts, as well as those of others, reproducing interpersonal conflict, reducing interpersonal conflict. Well, that's what you would class much the same as what the holistic community calls meditation, but you've got to put a fancy name on it. Holy heck. Like, get it out. No more Sanoyana. Okay. Like, no, I never said I was possessed. But it's a spiritual. and it's not a possession as you would kind of try to demonize it. It's more of a an understanding of spirit. To grab, excuse me, confirmation. It's fine. It's quick, transversing focused psychotherapy. This is the therapist patient relationship to examine and change how the patient experiences relationships. Read that again. Uses the therapist patient relationship to examine and change how the patient experiences relationships. Okay, let's sit with that for a minute to figure out exactly what it means. So you do know that legally you're not supposed to use hypnosis without the patient's permission, right? Transference focused therapy uses the therapist patient relationship to examine and change how the patient experiences relationships. So I guess that's why I said what I said. And if only I could remember what I just said. That's the thing. But it's on here and I will remember it. Hypnosis. Because oh goodness. Okay. We have two books about hypnosis, past life regression. Okay. So when you look in about hypnosis, words can hypnotize. Okay. Someone who understands hypnosis can actually hypnotize somebody without them even knowing that it's happening to them. Okay. You'll call them like in your thing, like you have the vampire, like vampires, and you say they do hypnosis through the mind. Yes, right? Okay. Now, in past life regression, they use that. So now bringing me to this, why is it that mental health does not actively use the appropriate hypnosis and past life regression to actually help people? Because that should be a mandatory practice. And yes, the person has to be open to it, but it needs to be offered and readily available to people at no charge or cost to them and no backdooring the money. To him, it's like they use electroshock therapy. Have you ever known anyone who has gone through electroshock therapy? I mean, when they electroshock therapy your brain, it's like an lobotomy almost, only they don't stick something in they just electrocute it and then tell you, you know, it's dangerous to get electrocuted. It's like, you're old. Sway now, we're in the boat. It's rocking. What did they go away? Massage. Yeah, dialectic, dialectical behavior therapy, effective for emotional regulation and improving relationship skills. If you get nothing else out of this, then maybe at least you got to laugh, right? Words away. Well, but I didn't know what to say. Okay, effective for emotional regulation and improving relationship skills. What is oh crap. Motivational interview encourages change without directly confronting, which helps avoid partial. Okay. Now, motivational interviewing encourages change without directly confronting. Okay, so motivational. Okay, to me, when I did it the other day, okay, sometimes like to get the person speaking, okay, it's a motivational. Okay, you encourage them to start. Okay, how do I explain this? Okay, how did I do it? Okay. Start off with a regular conversation. Okay. You're too personalized. Okay. You can fix yourself up and, be comfortable, be professional, but be casual with the people. They're not children most like, the majority of them aren't children that you're with. So it's like, I know you say I'm not there to be their friend. No, but what does a friend do for someone? They have a conversation with them, right? They don't just look at them and say, "Oh, well, you just get to the point so I can get on to the next appointment so I can make more money." Or do you actually start with a conversation? I know sometimes, like when I come in, it's like, "Holy shit, man!" It's just all of a sudden she just came out of nowhere. It's like there was no lead in, but there's usually something at the end to like say, wrapping it up. So I might channel spirit to spirit because it's going to go where it's going to go. And, sometimes it seems like there's no rhyme or reason to it, but in the end, it usually comes back to the best therapy for victims of narcissistic abuse. Victims often suffer from low self-esteem, anxiety, and traumatic memories, requiring therapeutic approach focusing on recovery, boundary setting, and rebuilding confidence. Cognitive, cognitive behavior therapy addresses cognitive distortions and helps challenge the negative self-perception illustrated by the abuser. Do you know that a victim narcissist can also abuse themselves? Maybe some will punch themselves, some will cause wounds. And I'm talking self-inflicted. They will call themselves stupid idiots. They will shoot themselves down to the hills. But is it really that person? Or is it the words of what others have said to them? So that's the part where looking at that behavior first, understanding, witnessing, and what they're experiencing. So sometimes those that I bring forward, and then I feel like I don't like myself for bringing it forward because I feel the part that just put someone's feelings and these six skills is to really, it's not what we're someone's feelings. It's about how they make it, not here to separate from others. It's that part of here to help each other grow. Well, I know sometimes I say, like, no, but it's the smallest sentence can make the biggest impact. Okay, instilled by the abuser. Okay, you take two victim narcissists and say, put them together, and they may complement one another, or they maybe comparing each other's stuff to each other, and then it becomes all we all war. Both parties want to be validated and seen, but not willing to see that they're a mirror image of each other. So you're already seeing yourself. Ah, goddamn. No, it was like that hit. It was like an instant hit to the heart. It's like, what the? It's like right there. So, hey, the therapists and psychiatrists, if you really want to help people, then you'll start seeing it from a different perspective, whether you believe in it or not. They do. Oh, yeah. It's like, drop the weights, drop the weights. Yeah, I used to do like, and man would go like that, like this, stuff go up like this. And then it was so good, like it was just like, move, 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 move. Okay, trauma focused CBT TFCBT helps survivors focus or process the abuse and reduce PTSD symptoms. Okay, I've said many times PTSD. Okay. See, when you're, and medical community will probably disagree, but this is how it's shown that PTSD, okay, it's memory, right? It's a deep seated memory, okay? Something you don't want to really remember, so you suppress it, but it keeps haunting you, okay? So that memory continues to keep haunting you and keep you living. So when you keep reliving, that is spirits way of bringing it forward to you to actually see. And it's like having a guide you to that point and helping you, talking you through the experience instead of trying to shut it down, helping you to see. That's what hypnosis does. Okay? Because we don't want to relive it. During that traumatic experience. Did you have a buckle up? When I say buckle up, it means did you feel like you couldn't, you felt like you weren't able to experience anything for what others would say? Okay. Like when I first started sharing my story, right, my fear was psychosis, schizophrenia, every label you could think of. When people come forward with that stuff, do you listen to their story or do you automatically think of the story? Because there are many people out there that are sharing their story to encourage others, right? They relate to others. Watching the news itself can trigger a traumatic experience, whether it brings forward like a PTSD or not, it triggers. So the news contributes to a big part of mental health because, you know, okay, people say, well, we want to know what's going on. You know, they have an editor. What does an editor, you know, go look at your TV series, cut script, make adjustments, manipulate the narrative. Why, yeah. Okay. Okay. You have COVID. Okay. COVID divided a lot of family members because one believed that of COVID and others believed that it was nothing to fear. Okay. Then others would fight over, you got to get the vaccine, or we'll kick you out of the family, or you can't be around us. Get to the point. That was a traumatic experience for everyone. get put in lockdown. A lot of people went. Do you know why they went? Because they were being forced to sleep themselves. It caused a lot of mental health because support systems that should have been there for people weren't there. That little experiment itself was trying to get serious. Oh, put down. Hmm. Vaccines come on. What happened? Didn't get it. You'd have no job. Didn't wear a mask. You couldn't wear a mask. Didn't get a vaccine. You couldn't go here. You couldn't go there. What happened with those vaccines? People started dropping dead. Young people, athletes. What was always the result of what they were doing? Okay, right? And what was it? Probably the same common denominator in large part, paradox. And it was always said that, oh, well, they would have had it as a child. You know, if they would have had it as a child, why was it never told to people? So, see, this is the stuff that, people ignore and then tell people like myself to just go off in the corner and shut your little mouth. My mouth ain't so little, is it? It's like a sore iron. And it's like, I'm one of the great granddaughters, or grandson, whichever form of spirit this is right now. Towards it. Hey. Yeah, her little. But, it's like, how else are you going to make the fucking point? It's not about being right or wrong. It's about making a point that's valid. And it could change a lot. So, like, so now, eye movement, desensitization, desensitization, and reprocessing, EMOR, specifically targets traumatic memories to reduce emotional distress. Okay, well, create emotional distress. So what if experiencing okay, emotional distress? Sometimes you just have to scream it out. You have to like sometimes it's like, okay, like I said, you say things you mean when you're okay, because that's just your mind. It has no filter. It says what it feels. Okay, that's much like where there's like a filter but no filter, because it will you will end up reacting accordingly. You will give the wrath of the wrath. Sometimes it's, you know, making a point, and when you made that point, let them sit with it. You just walk away. But don't shut people down when they're trying to speak, even if it gets uncomfortable. You know, people's really verbal punching, but we're not there to back down and allow them to walk their movements or overheat because you may be moving sharp system. Or maybe you like the challenge, which, you know, it's getting a little old. My channel's spirit to spirit, just so you all know that. So if you're taking offense to this, well, you know, hey, that's on you, not me. Psychodynamic therapy explores unconscious patterns and early life experience to understand why the survivor was vulnerably vulnerable to the abuse. Okay, I went to a holistic uh, dance type thing for shooting. And afterwards, this woman, she started talking to me. Okay, and because of a traumatic experience she much like me, she was very promiscuous. Okay, sometimes because being intoxicated being intoxicated and worried that, you know, if you didn't say no, that they would take it because, you know, that's what you were used to. relationships didn't work out. Family relationships, right? But there was something that she was never able to communicate with her parents. And this happened when she was a teenager. And now she is in her 60s. Okay? But by having a conversation, she was able to bring that piece up. And she broke down crying. And then that is when you come. It's the part of you have to help them see their own pain and never can. So I like to mention people. You notice how many times they refer to different forms of their life. And I'll talk to that person. Do a little research, especially for family. Do a little research about the life of that person. Might be able to help me. Say that's harder. Your family. If you don't know something, anything about your family, who'd you follow? Attachment-based therapy. Focus on how early childhood relationships influenced and may have made the person prone to adult toxic relationships. I've yet to see a therapist do that for me. Come in and everything. No, I never said I know anything. Hey, obviously I don't know everything because I'm getting off fucking internet right now, right? Oh, it's like, shake it out now. Okay. Key concentration for treatment. For narcissists, therapy is often challenging as they may try to provoke or control the therapist. Success depends on maintaining clear, structured goals and managing uh, therapist-patient relationship. It's like, I came here to help you. I didn't come here to take your abuse. Class of cartoons, you know. Come on. Ano siya to, Shulabit ka rin ha. Yep. Oh, believe me, I know. You don't have to tell me. Thank you very much. Nakita na ito yung for victims. It is critical for therapists to understand narcissistic abuse dynamics and to aid in establishing safety potentially during or after the relationship ends. So why is it that when I went to the hospital and I asked to have police officers, you wouldn't give it to me? Just asking. You say like tumo akara toy. Okay. What type of therapy do you use on narcissists that play victim? Okay, I just went through that. Okay. Oh, here's okay. Well, what I read there. Okay, psychotherapy, talk therapy. Okay. Okay. The victims. Okay. The therapies. Role play behavior for role play behavioral techniques. Therapists might use role play to help the patient understand the impact of their behaviors on others. But wait a minute, didn't someone say that my stuff was wrong? Therapists might use role playing to help the patient. Well, I do role playing. Only I use myself to do role play because I feel that person's spirit and I know exactly how they react or what they say. That's a psychic aspect of things. That's chill. But you don't believe that. Don't take that word. Don't take psychic. Don't take that terminology or that word into a therapist's office because automatically they'll give you a prescription and say, here, we're going to put you in a psych ward because you believe you're hearing voices. So I believe in things, but not through mine. Get there. Wait a minute. Promoting genuine self-esteem, encouraging confidence based on accomplishments and empathy rather than fearful, manipulative postures. How's my posture? It's like I can't sit. It's like I'm awkward if you can't tell. Like I just can't sit still because I'm experiencing spirit all around. So it's like, come on, eh? setting firm boundaries. Because they often adopt a victim mentality to avoid conflict resolution. Therapists must maintain strict professional boundaries. So, where they're saying they might adopt the victim mentality, well, that's where I. These are the ones I'm talking. Okay, it's like spirit to spirit, those spirit knows exactly who I'm speaking with, or you know, to. Poking me, are you? Setting firm boundaries because they often adopt a victim mentality to avoid conflict resolution. Okay, so when you're up against a narcissist, much like I do, you go up against a narcissist, they automatically start playing the victim and they start trying to put on you. So I come in, and that's when it's like spirit, it's like the spirit takes over and says, I'm going to give you your wrath. Okay, how do I explain that? Maybe that didn't come up right. I'm going to show you your part in the role, and you will take accountability. Because it's like, yeah, it's okay for you to get me on the ground and sit on me while you're there, so I can't get up. But the minute that I learn how to flip you off your feet, you start believing you start saying you're the victim, and then you expect me to take you hollering at me and calling me to the lowest after you just fucking sat on me. What fucking world are you living in? So I can avoid it unless you're ready for me to fucking set on you with all my weight. And if you take that in a sexual contact, how about you take that sexual organ and shove it up your ass? And I know that there are people out there that would get angry with me for saying that. They would be, oh, you humiliate me. No, actually, we're not humiliating you. Do you hear yourself speak? Challenges and consideration. No cure. There is no single cure for narcissistic, but treatment can help manage symptoms. Well, actually, narcissistic narcissistics can actually help if you can actually get to the root of the trauma of where it first started. But that'll take work, right? And on their part, willingness. Sometimes spirit leaves you with no choice. And it's painful. Awareness. Narcissists often do not believe they have a problem making voluntary engagement in therapy challenging. But you know, hey, let's duke it out. Buenísimo, papá. You said you before you started that. And I'm not talking physically, because you can keep your fucking hands to yourself. But by all means, let's dig it energetically. And to therapists that say mirroring is not good for those type of people, it's the only language they speak. That's why it said sometimes you have to speak the language. There we go again. See? Then I know what you said. Like you, you look at both sides of it, and each side is actually a hypocrite. And there was a man on here that said about you have the side that tells the truth and you have the side that tells the lie. Well, did you ever know that the truth can also lie? That's how you get lies. Good day. Support for victims. If you are dealing with someone who constantly plays the victim, this Talkspace article offers tips on how setting boundaries in place. So, support for victims. If you are dealing with someone who constantly plays the victim. Oh, okay, that's for the victims to go read up on that. Okay. What is the worst question a therapist can ask the patient? Based on an expert analysis of patient experience, the worst question a therapist can ask are those that cause harm, breach professional boundaries, or invalidate the client's experience. Questions. Okay. This is what the therapist shouldn't ask you. Why can't you just get over it? But see, let's put this as not just directed towards the therapist, because if your friends and family members, you're there for one another, correct? So you love one another, right? Why can't you just get over it? Why can't you get your head out of your ass and face it? That's the thing. Don't want to face why somebody is upset because it may validate their feelings, right? An asshole, you know, asshole forbids you to do that. I talk spirit to spirit, and I make reference to many things because it's all part of the bigger thing. And I'm here to help put the pieces together. Isn't it your fault that you're in this situation? Oh, well, I was told because I got date raped. Like, oh, well, you were probably burning your pants. And that same person says they're not a narcissist. You're just an asshole. So you put yourself in bad situations. So because people put themselves in bad situations with what people do around them because they're in the wrong place. Why is it you always jump to being the that hit the head? Because I can feel it right in the back of my head like a big fucking ball bulging. Big ego take a big dump or a big dent. Are you sure that happened? Could it have been a mistake? Sometimes we can do a mistake. But see, the thing is, when somebody continues to tell the same story over and over again, but the parties involved can't even keep a story straight because they change it every 5 minutes because they forgot what they said. And sometimes they do that out of convenience. Do you think you're overreacting? Sometimes we do overreact. But where did that overreaction stem from? Did it come from a lot of our previous thinking? See, the thing is, if you poke the mama bear, if you poke the mama bear, the mama bear's going to poke back. And she's not going to get right about it. Right. A woman will only, a feminine will only withstand so much abuse. It's like, so don't you dare try playing victim when she rises. Harmful, intentional, or probing questions. What brings you into therapy today? Well, I'd be like, how's your morning going? Well, it might be afternoon. Sometimes I just jump right in. But you always have to not rely on the patient to tell you where you left off. You should know where they left off and not make them relive the rest all over again. Why did you? These are invalidating. Okay, so, um, what were you experiencing prior to doing that? That's where you take them into themselves. Why haven't you followed my advice? It's like, how do you know they didn't? How do you know they didn't follow your advice and it just didn't work out the way you thought it was going to? Because they're not like the patient before that. Or maybe they took your advice but integrated a bit of their own. Aren't they supposed to have this unethical and boundary violating? Can I come to your wedding? Well, these are common sense. Want to grab drinkables or beer and drinks after? Well, drinkables. Can I borrow money? If I tell you a secret, you promise not to tell. Well, don't use your experiences as a reference tool if they're supposed to be a secret. Because that was like a doctor I knew that used their patients to keep their own dirty secret. And one of their patients shot themselves in front of their office because of what was supposed to be an exchange. That was on the paper and on the news. And what is your bra size? Poorly phrased, ineffective questions. How does that make you feel? And what is the first phrase or sentence that a therapist uses? Yeah, it's that part of, I don't know if you experienced it or went through it. How did it make you feel? Someone say sometimes, oh, that's a deflection. No, it's actually a legitimate question because it's a stupid, simple question to begin with, and very insulting. And I say very insulting because the person just shared some intimate details with you and they're crying while they're doing it, and you ask them how it makes them feel. Have you tried being happier? Okay. I believe everybody tries to be happy. It's just sometimes we struggle with it because we don't know what happy looks like, because we've always had to endure the pain of our surroundings. Some people don't get that because it's like, oh yeah, you're deflecting it, you're deflecting something else. No. If you understood what I was talking about with regards to being in that, you experience your surroundings. So you're feeling other people's pain. You put your life on hold. And then when you no longer want to keep your life on hold, that's when the narcissist really people say the one that got away. But you do have them fucking tied up mentally. They want to get connected to you. And then when they were no use, you throw them away like a useless, a useless, I don't know. And then when people see others doing better, so we try to communicate. So this is where mental health and spiritual health. Best and worst dinner for your waistline. Sweet potato. Why are therapists not trained in the spiritual aspect of therapy? Therapists are often not extensively trained in the spiritual aspect of therapy due to a combination of historical circulation and psychology, the difficulty of defining spirituality within clinical framework, and strict ethical guidelines designed to prevent hospitalization. Okay. When you're dealing with bipolar, manic depressive, psychosis, schizophrenia, things like that, really alter the mind. That's a spiritual impact. So therapy consists mostly of the spirit. So that should actually be first and foremost. And I say that I'm not dismissing medical the mental health aspect of it, because when somebody don't catch it, or they don't understand what it is that they're experiencing, okay, it gets worse. They get silent, they get angry, aggressive, assertive, or just closed in. Okay, they start seeing things which others don't see. Okay, the mental aspect of it can be that it's if you're not understanding what you're experiencing or even remembering, because just remember that not everybody is around when things happen. So you don't know fully what these people experienced when you're not around them, do you? So what do you think of PTSD is? As a lack of memory, right? And it's coming to the surface. You keep reliving it. But those people don't know. Some they'll even say you're psychotic. You didn't experience that. No, I experienced it and I'm the one that lived it. You're the one who maybe didn't experience it, so you don't fucking understand it. How many of you know someone or yourself have had a near-death experience or a death experience? Why don't you go ask that person or yourself what it was that you experienced in the moment of going into that near-death and death? What was your body? What was going through your mind? Could you hear people? Could you see anything? What did you smell? What did you taste? What did you hear? What did you see? Did it make you smile? Did it make you laugh? It's like, then you're at that, what would you do now? It's not about physically harming yourself. That is actually between spirit to spirit. See, they say that people move on, right? So why is it you still have the ill feelings? Why is it you can't get past or move forward from things of the past or perceived past? It's not even your experience in a physical aspect of it. So what you're actually experiencing is the actual pain and stuff that your ancestors experienced and you're reliving it. So when are you going to wake up and realize that? The ancestors of the past were trying to resolve, but nothing ever got resolved. So they kept fighting. One would listen and then do not hear the other. Sometimes it's a case of an eyewitness misunderstood. So I will say that, people don't want candles, but you would always like to have the video that shows your part, right? If you were the victim, you would want a video, right? I think would be- because sometimes eyewitnesses don't see what's in front of them, or they only see what's in front of them, and they don't see things before what they see. Some people make arrangements. People lie. It's, oh, when I was talking about the psychosis and people seeing what others don't see. That's why I say, like, hypnotherapy, past life regression, you gave past lives, you had different versions of yourself. So that therapy should be like an integral part of therapy. And not to manipulate the flows of it. That should actually be first. Because by telling the person, because sometimes, the people, they go through it, okay? Sometimes they don't always remember fully what it was they experienced sometimes. So that's where recordings come in quite handy. So that, I say, in the video, I can go watch my stuff anytime to just remind myself of how far I've come. So, in all honesty, this is the best thing to do because then all your true feelings come out. Try to write it down. It never comes out the same. This is raw. So, let's go find that. Okay. While many patients consider spirituality important to their mental health, training programs are often prioritized empirical, evidence-based approach over subjective spiritual experiences. So they've dismissed the spiritual aspect of things, which is most important to people. So they developed instead a training program to train you how to think and feel. Often prioritized towards evidence-based. What exactly is evidence-based? Please. Internally, what is evidence-based? Did you experience what you experienced? But because you haven't, you'll dismiss it because, top of these thinking, oh, then no, but all those leaders, why don't you people should be saying like to the leaders, how often do you tap into the collective? How often do you tap into what the churches don't want the people to know? The very things that machines that you use, and then when people talk about it, you want the mental health community to say that you. So there's where mental health and spirituality comes into play because, you really try to kill people's imagination when imagination actually comes from experiences that you had. It's what you've seen. It's what through time people have observed because you actually look through the same eye. You just see different specks. That's why you don't see the whole picture. Can you look behind your head or do you actually feel behind your head? So if you can't look behind your head, you Most people only see right about here. Okay. So if you can only see right about here, are you actually seeing the religion? Do you see everything else that's going on around you? Do you experience everything else that's going on around you? Or do you pick individuals and then run with the one that makes you the most fun? Ethical boundaries and fears. Fear of imposition. Preventing polarization. A major concern is that therapists might impose their own belief or cross the line between therapy and spiritual counseling, affecting acting as a spiritual authority without proper training. Were you talking about conducting an exorcism? Seriously, because counseling is okay. So you think that using the spiritual book of the aspect of religion, that that is the spirituality part of it. You believe in a specific God, somebody else believes in a certain God. But see, isn't it, it shouldn't matter if it would be a described like whether the therapist believed one way or another way and didn't agree with the way they believe, right? Or like I said, are you not supposed to remain neutral? You still learn it. You learn how to work with people of spirituality because they're not explaining the fucking biblical religion. Maybe they're trying to wrap their head around a few things because they're telling you that, oh, you're nothing, you're worthless, you're a sinner, and you got to give us your money so we can wear big clothes and tell you you're a useless piece of shit. But meanwhile, you're the ones doing the fucking collective of the work, right? Religion, go to a church. Spirituality, therapist, get your shit together and learn about it. Because no spirituality is not got to do with religion. Just the confusion of it all. Creates anxiety, right? So that's part of it. Why don't you go to a therapist? Hey, I endured religious trauma. I go to a clergy. I go to a pastor, a Baptist, a priest. It's because of them I'm fucking traumatized. Do you hear your, do you hear yourself? And dovresti chiamare che è tutto perché a noi come mai? Not being rude, but you'll look at me and think that I have no education. What? Because I didn't go to school or university? I went to the school of hard knocks. Ethical concerns. Many therapists feel it is improper to deal with religious matters, fearing they cause harm or violate professional boundaries. As a therapist, are you not supposed to have yourself in check? You know, personal life aside. But like I said, you know, to say about spirituality and religion, but spirituality is having purpose. It's not about looking in a Bible, like I said. It's called empathy. Something you say you have. Go understand spirituality. Because, like I said, if they want to talk about religion and the Bible, in that sense, when I talk to my therapist about the biblical aspect of things and stuff like that, I'm using it as a reference tool into how I've unfolded things from my own life by really questioning the biblical text. And I do bring things forward that I can. And I do understand that people believe differently. I understand that my therapist believes differently. But if you're talking about the trauma that was caused by religion, it's not a pastor or priest you go to. Lack of standardization and definition. Fuzzy concept spirituality is often seen as an exclusive, personal, or fuzzy construct, making it difficult to create a standardized curriculum for training compared to more concept subjects. Well, with regards to the spiritual part, it's not about training. It's allowing the person to finish figuring out that like it's like I will say therapists ask a lot of foolish questions, or they make a lot of foolish statements. People almost sometimes people almost vomit just to bring the words up. You see a statistic, you see a study matter. You don't see the person. You don't really see the part. Some are just wishing that, oh, would you just get over it and move on? We're sick of hearing the same thing over and over from you. Well, if you're sick of hearing the same thing over and over from them, then hey, they're not doing their job because you should be happy to have that break. So, like I said, please excuse me if I don't have, like, real, it's like, I respect people, but I don't respect the way they do therapy. If you want to be a good therapist, your first step is learning about spirituality and how spirituality means it's where they got hit in the heart. Speak to the spirit. You might learn something good. It's called empathy that you tell everybody else they need. Diverse belief systems, because spirituality varies immensely from person to person. Even with the same religion, instructors often find it difficult to teach a single approach note, and well, maybe it's you're not approaching it properly. It's like being able to speak each one of those person's language. So that's where you become, okay, but you really don't want to understand. You want half of the sun, but the side of the assignments that are a little uncomfortable don't want that, so I guess you gotta 50. Because you only do half the assignment, you need to understand because the other half is a little uncomfortable because some parts of society just isn't quite there yet. Well, what about the ones that are, you know, a spiritual therapist? They stem from being a therapist, right? They learn to build spirituality. They took themselves down another rabbit hole. Historical circularization and training focus. Materialistic approach. Mainstream psychology has historically adopted a materialistic scientific approach to mental health, which often views spiritual experiences as pure psychological or even psychologically, according to, or pathologically, according to options cited in and materialistic. So if everything is materialistic, it's mostly things that you touch, feel. So the energetic energy of that materialistic being that constructs the stuff that you call materialistic is invalidated when it's the part that takes the biggest strength. So why is it that CERN is looking for the God part of it? You've already tried. You've already tried it. It's like you can't just spirit says you become that part of it. Doesn't mean that you don't have a physical body. Spirit does not go just becomes different versions of itself. It's like what version are you seeking? Inadequate curriculum. Studies show that most training programs pay inadequate attention to religious and spiritual aspects of religion, often limiting multicultural training to race, ethnicity, and spiritual orientation. So really, you don't really help the patient in a sense because most of people's uh, issues stemmed from all the shit that's happening in the world. So as long as it's something you can label, you're good with that. But you actually diagnosed probably about 99% because you didn't get a spiritual aspect of the person. The part that takes the people doesn't have what your religious beliefs aside. You're prejudiced. Like I said, you're supposed to be neutral. And that goes for any of us who help one another. It's not something like it's something everyone should know. I'm not going in school to teach you the Bible. Spirituality is like your spirit is what brings self-esteem. If someone's self-esteem down, you bring your spirit down. Think it kicks everybody. Because spirit doesn't function in sleep. Spirit will show you things in life that you don't necessarily like. Lack of supervision. There is a decrease in intensive supervision regarding these topics, meaning trainees do not get to practice handling spiritual conversations. They don't get to practice. Oh, there's plenty of people out there that could use it. So who is keeping you from getting the practice? Because it's not likely the patients or the clients. Because we're actually clients, not patients. Just remember, we went to you. We hired you. So if we're hiring, if you're not our patient, or we're not your patient, even if you're a doctor, the person's still a client. To me, a patient is somebody who's hospitalized. And we have to. But if you're keeping them there, like in a mental institution, you better have real good cause as to why you're holding them. And what I mean by that is some hospitals will take away a person's sight. That's when you should be finding out what is the I said, if you take if you take medication, that's your choice. But I'm asking you, do you want to put a band-aid on it? Or do you want to move forward so that it doesn't keep coming back? Limited competence and discomfort, unpreparedness. Research shows what that while most psychologists report receiving little to no training on religious and spiritual issues, many still feel compelled to handle it. Well, I was going to walk away from my therapist because he told me straight up he didn't want to do the spirit stuff. If you really want to help people, it's like getting on the level of a child when you're playing. That's when you have the most fun. Getting on the level of that aspect of that spirit. But like I said, with regards to say, religion, if you have questions about the biblical text, go them. If you're trying to find God, go in. And to the therapist, you're the ones there to help them do that. That's what spirituality is. Learning how to go in, to understand oneself. Personal bias. Therapists may be uncomfortable with their own personal spiritual issues or have biases that interfere with their ability to treat clients with direct abuse skills and well, hey, that happens in the church too, right? Who the fuck do you go to if you're not like for the church? If you're not religion, who do you go to ask questions about the beliefs? They'll still get that hurt, right? Because they have different beliefs than each other. So I guess you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. But hey, if you really went inward, you wouldn't be damned at all. Time and structural constraints. Time pressure. In acute hospital settings, or standard managed care settings, there is often no time to explore deeper spiritual issues, according to. You've never tried it. Seriously, coming from somebody who's been in the mental health institute, they sit behind the counter at the nurse's station and talk with one another while the patients are in watching news on the TV or coloring in a coloring book or playing cards or chess or in the other room, watching TV. So how does that work again? You don't have the time, but you have the time to sit behind the counter and fucking twiddle your thumbs and talk to one another and gossip. So yes, I do have a right to be able to speak up on this. And I've seen people and myself stand at the counter. Sometimes just stand there waiting, and they'll even look at you and make you wait longer because they're talking about the psychologist, some of it. They're talking about the psych ward. I've been in 3 different mental institutes, 4, because I was in there when I was 17 in the kitchen. Same thing. They don't monitor any addiction of the patients in their sexual activities. How do I know? Because I experienced. Even had a male therapist made me feel better, or whether it was a nurse. So yes, there should be cameras all around in there for the safety of the patients too. But you're worried about your privacy, right? But if you experience something you really want it, and you really want that stuff, then wouldn't you? Lack of workspace leadership. Many supervisors are also uncomfortable with spiritual topics, leading to a culture of avoidance. So, how exactly are you helping the patients again? So, they only teach you basically about teach you a bunch of statistics, and this is behavior therapy, and this is how everybody reacts to it. We won't focus on any of the spiritual, which is actually what takes the biggest shift with you and causes mental health issues. But we won't do that part because, we might get buttered. What's up? Come on! We're almost done now. Oh, I'm just fine. Thank you for asking. And believe me, I'm well aware of it all. Despite this, there is a growing movement of more spirituality integrated psychotherapy to treat the whole person. It's out there, but it's not in the mental health aspect of your hospital. It's not there and accessible for all to receive easily. Because, like I said, they don't have a lot of spirituality therapy within the governmental system, but they don't cover outside of that. So you have to go pay. I seen one charge like 150 an hour. And if you don't have insurance, well, then you're shit out of luck there. And with the government, well, there's waiting lists of a year and a half. When there's actually therapists that can help you or what you want. Because you can just walk in or you just call them and, if they could take a patient, they'll take a client. They'll take one. So you could call one tomorrow and have an appointment a week down the road instead of waiting a year and a half. But because it's not in a real controlled environment, your government doesn't that make you question? Because it doesn't. Oh, the American Psychological Association and the Association of Spiritual Ethics and Religious Studies are encouraging and in some cases requiring training to include religious and spiritual perspectives as part of the client's culture background. But when you sit and you talk about your experience, your spiritual experiences, like you're strange. You're naive, ignorant. Okay, how does a victim deal with the narcissist? The narcissist, dealing with the victim narcissist requires setting for boundaries, minimalizing emotional reactions. and abandoning the need to defend yourself against their false narrative. This is poor me act to manipulate, so validating your own reality and limiting exposure to their toxicity is okay. But for the other ones that we spoke of, when is it that you're actually going to step up and make them feel good? Okay? We're just acting the way you say it doesn't fit quality. So we'll go the gray rock technique. Okay, this is for the softer ones. Okay, set firm boundaries. Well, somebody being victimized by a narcissist or a victim narcissist. A lot of time they really struggle with that. So what needs to happen is you really need to fucking empower yourself. What should a victim do to a narcissist if all other things fail? And all other strategies such as setting boundaries, communication, and therapy fail to change a narcissist's abusive behavior. The focus must shift entirely from changing them to protecting yourself. The final resort involves cutting off the narcissist's supply, emotional reactions, attention, and validation completely. Okay? Nuclear option, or no contact. Well, hey, that doesn't always work with the narcissist, especially with a determined, right? That really wants to be a threat and make your life a living. Going no contact, okay? Block them everywhere, remove immediate threats. Do not respond. Radical acceptance and detachment. Accept that the narcissist will not change. Their behavior is not your fault, but it's your responsibility to remove yourself from the abuse. Yes, it is. But as I said, sometimes people don't have the means to do so. Okay. So they're not given the place to go. People say, well, hey, go to a shelter. Sometimes the shelter can be just as bad, if not worse. Okay. Because everyone has the same problems, is gathered, have similar problems, and they're all gathered there. So how are you actually getting away from it? Okay? Stop trying to explain. Stop trying to make them understand your pain or get an apology. No, you don't try to get them to feel your pain. You make them feel the wrong. Let them self-destruct. Narcissists often sabotage their own lives through chaotic behavior. The best revenge is to sit back and watch them destroy their own carefully constructed reality. Many narcissists don't care if they're going into chaotic destruction. That just makes them a lot of the time more determined to take somebody with them. Implement strict gray rock. If you cannot go fully no contact, share children or workplace, adopt the gray rock. Be boring. Act as uninteresting and honoring active is a great part. Okay. How many of these people actually dealt with a narcissist? I'm serious. Like a true narcissist on a regular basis. How many of you have actually dealt with one? Give or take. Do not show emotions. Jeez, I guess you must be getting a thrill from me. Do not let them see you angry, sad. They feed on your emotional energy. Like I said, I guess you haven't really ever dealt with a true narcissist. Don't want you to hang on. I want you to fucking leave them alone. Go get your shit. It's like, darn, you're in pain. It's time to have your experience. It's like, why should you your pain? Bring it up. It's like you people believing that somebody should die on the cross for you. Your sins. But you keep committing after you say that they died on the cross for their sins. Where does that make sense? You're still doing the same shit. Why? Does he die every time you do what you do? Well, no wonder he's coming back and saying you're going to feel your own fucking pain now. And I'm going to sit and watch. Build a war chest. Secure evidence. How do you realize that this is charismatic, right? This isn't directed to any specific person. It's said narcissists come from somewhere. You're not born a narcissist, and some will say that people are born a narcissist. No, you're trained. It's called psychological warfare. One does lies and one brings truth, but they both actually switched places at points. And that's the part where we have to see our own truths in order to see the truths of others. If legal action is admitted, start building a war chest, financial and legal, to protect yourself and prepare for a potential legal battle. Go get a restraining order or a peace bond. That's if you can, like, because, the one in the wrong usually goes and hires a lawyer, right? Seriously, I've seen it happen. What? That guilty that you can't fucking defend yourself, you need a lawyer? And I know that some people, they've made false accusations. But the more you look at a story, the more you actually see the truth. So maybe sometimes people do need a restraining order because they feel afraid. Because maybe that's because you're not getting yourself in check. Gather evidence, document, secure assets. Oh, this if leaving a marriage. Freeze joint accounts and open new ones in your own name to prevent financial abuse. Good way to piss a narcissist off, right? Because doesn't the narcissist usually has control of the financial and the funds, right? So shit to instigate more, right? How's that make sense? Seriously, please tell me, how does that make sense? Hire an experienced lawyer. Find a lawyer who understands high conflict, narcissistic abuse, and can file temporary support or protective orders to shield you. See experts and then certain law firms. Okay, so hire a lawyer. If the system would just really do its job, people wouldn't have to be hiring a lawyer. There's no money in that, right? That's what it always comes back to. The biggest majority of the time is how much more money can I get in my pocket? Seek external protection. If the narcissist is violent, threatening, or engaging in severe harassment, utilize the legal system immediately. See, people say, well, when you got out of the hospital, after asking to see an officer, why didn't you go? Why didn't you go when you got out? I guess because of the experience, they were just trying to tell me, we're not going to believe you anyway. That's why we're putting you in the psychiatric unit, because we think you're lying. And you're just a little Lulu. You're imagining. Quite the cop out, huh? So why is it that we're the ones that have a consistent story and yours is all over the place? People say, memorize. Well, is it memorized? Because you can always see whether the pain is real. The confusion is real. If you know and understand people, then you would know. That's weird. Oh, okay. Retaining protection order. Apply for a restraining order. Document legal abuse. Seek specialized therapy. Build your life. See, some narcissists won't let go. So you have to make them want to let go. As long as they're using you as much as you love them in that way, they're not going to grow. But in many ways, sometimes we grow to hate that part of it because that's the part that hurts the most. And we always hate what hurts us. So we hate our feelings because feelings hurt. Prioritize self care and clean your life. Oh, I already read that. Huh. What if all legal routes fail for a victim up against a narcissist? Legal routes fail against the narcissist because the justice system is designed for rational actors operating in good faith, whereas a narcissist treats the court as a virtue to perform manipulative and inflict legal abuse. When traditional legal pathways are used, they often fail because They are slow, expensive, and rely on evidence that narcissists specialize in falsifying and destroying. Here are the specific ways legal avenues fail and the tactics used by narcissists. The failure of truth, gaslighting in court, perjury and false narratives. Narcissists lie with an emotional resistance because they often present as charming, calm, and successful. Judges may struggle to distinguish their lies from the truth, creating a false equivalence of both sides. DARVO, deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender. They invert the narrative, making the victim appear as the abuser and themselves as the victim, often causing authorities to substantiate the survivor rather than the predator. Happens a lot in family court. Smear campaign. They sabotage reputation proactively by telling colleagues, friends, and family that the victim is merely mentally unstable. Hey, I get that a lot. Failure of efficiency, conjugal abuse, weaponized delay, extradition. They drag out proceedings with expensive hearings, postponing cases to drain the victim's finances and energy, hoping the victim will drop the case or accept an unfair settlement out of sheer exhaustion. Frivolous frivolous motions, filing senseless lawsuits or consent motions that have little merit simply to cause unnecessary legal expenses, such as hiding assets. They often hide assets or refuse to produce financial disclosure, trying turning discovery into a nightmare. The failure of protection, custody, and protective orders. Using children as pawns in the family court, they use children to maintain control, often creating parental alienation. Violation of court orders. They view court orders as suggestions rather than requirements, violating them to see what they can get away with. No contact entrapment. They use court mandate instruction, interaction times, like custody exchanges, to break down the victim, baiting them into reactive irritationally to call the police on them. And I just heard women do that. Yes, there are women that does it, but that's because, well, men do it too. But in abusive situations, a lot of men don't speak up for abuse because others will downplay. A woman can abuse a man just as much as a man can abuse a woman. They just do it differently. And when I say they do it differently, a lot of the time, the women will use the children and men will use their mental health. That's the part they said. It's the men that will try to make the woman look unstable mentally, tries to make the man look bad physically. And I know it works both ways, but hey, that's Depends on the group of people too. That's why statistics, works both ways. They only show you one way and they say the other way is wrong. Excuse me, but what are you hiding? The blind spot of the system, failures to recognize psychological abuse. The law often fails to understand decisive control and gaslighting, preferring psychological evidence. Unless there is physical harm or financial theft, the sublet deep psychological wounds often leave no legal footprint. And that's why they psychologically abuse you more than they do physically. Misinterpreting good parent. A narcissist may act as an ideal parent in public while being abusive and neglectful in private, misleading investigators. How legal strategies can be adapted. To succeed, survivors often have to stop treating the court battle as a rational dispute and start using specialized tactics. America's documentation providing pattern of behavior over time. I actually did that. I had a journal and I tried giving it to the court and they wouldn't use it as evidence. Dates and everything. But yet, when they're looking at your mental health records, they take that as gospel for your character, for your mental health. And then they put a stigma on you. You must be unwell if you go for mental health. That's how they look, which is actually maybe more in the business. Because they'll look at the past. The gray rock method, there it's back to that again. When does the victim stand up to the narcissist? The victim often stands up to a narcissist when they reach a point of enough is enough, usually after recognizing the pattern of abuse, setting boundaries, or when the abuse becomes intolerable. This moment frequently follows a period of education about narcissistic behavior, where the victim takes off blinders and realizes the relationship is abusive, not merely difficult. Reaching rock bottom, when the victim is emotionally or physically drained to the point where they have nothing left to lose. Setting boundaries, when the victim finally sets and enforces a firm boundary regarding acceptable behavior. Recognizing the tactics. Once the victim understands the behaviors like gaslighting, projection, and blame shifting are manipulative tactics, they stop accepting them. Threat to self-worth. When the victim decides to prioritize their own mental health and peace. What happens when a victim stands up, according to discussions of platforms like Reddit and insights from experts? Standing up often triggers intense reaction from the narcissist. The victim act. The narcissist will often claim they are the real victim, shifting blame to make the victim look like aggressors. 영업했다 해라. 이 쏟아버리네 또들이. People look at me, you act like you're the victim. No, they try to victimize me, but I guess you don't understand the part where I say, I'm not taking the shit no more. Because I do put both sides out here, all sides. And I've told when I've been the asshole. I've even told people that, when I first moved here, things were rough. Like, I mean, this is when it got really started, and I ripped this fucking door right off his hinges. Internally, my mind was just, it was that gaslighting. It was gaslighting. Narcissistic rage. The narcissist may experience intense rage and lash out to regain control. Okay. People said, well, you did that to regain control. No, I did that because it felt like my fucking head was spinning. I needed control of myself. But those are things that I can admit to. So, see, narcissists know what they're doing when, somebody is trying to convince someone to have the person off. They know exactly what they're doing. But they really hate when they can't cut you off and you finish saying what you got to say. Whether they laugh at you or not. Because, like I said, you could leave a narcissist. Doesn't mean you can get away from them. They just take that as they're scared. How about you show them your pitfall? Protect your young, be that bitch. The one that they like to call you when you're too much or they think you're nagging. God, you're a bitch. You always bitch. And you're always complaining. So am I really bitching or am I just telling you I'm sick of hearing you complain and not do anything to change it, but try to put up? I'm using this as, a reference because this is how a lot of people feel. You feel like you can put your shit on me, but by God, when I got a problem, you run, no. And then they'll say, oh, well, then I won't tell you anything anymore. Okay. Can we get that in a contract? Because it depends on what you're talking about telling me. It's like if people constantly go to somebody and always talk about money, 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 when they have no control over that person's money. But you'll still try to say that, "Well, you get used out of it." How many times does that person you're saying you get used out of it actually ask you? You do things and then you tell everybody, "I did this for them and they were so ungrateful." Did they ask you? Or were you supposed to be doing it out of the kindness of your heart? But because you didn't get a hero biscuit, you say the person's ungrateful. You know, maybe they are, and maybe they're left in confusion because they're not accepting your love bombing anymore. There's that go low and no contact. Good luck if that was a true narcissist because they're out to make your life a living hell because they're living in one. So, where do you draw the line before you start seeing that for yourself? People say, "Oh, that has to be get advice." Yes, first thing, if you can remove yourself from physically violent, but if they're emotionally, like if they're emotionally going after you constantly, that is the biggest thing. When are you going to turn around and fucking like leave them fucking stunned? They'll get embarrassed and they'll try to come at you. But then maybe that's where you can realize you just empowered yourself. Because not talking to somebody, it's, depending on the situation, is how you learn how to react. So, it's like, if you want to scream in my ear and deafen me, I will pop your fucking ears. Too violent. I didn't say I was going to do it physically, but I said if you scream at me and you deafen me, you think your scream is loud? Guess you haven't heard it. Sometimes you need to authority to get out and give that person nowhere to run because it's them who needs physical restraint. So maybe instead of teaching people how to run from their problems, how about you teach them how to face them head on? I'm not saying this is for entertainment purposes. Sounds like in many ways educational purposes through experience. Your scholars wanted them like that. Because you're too deep in your science, right? Everything has to be physical. I'll have to go get my fancy briefcase. Oh, would you like to go from crumpets? Hey, let's go to the staff room and talk about all the students and how we're literally trying to screw them over. Oh, we were screwed over too. So please, if you're a therapist, go learn about what spirituality actually is because it's not religion. It's not what they write in the book. That's not spirituality. Those are words. Whether you say they come from a certain individual or not. They say you're not God, you're not Christ, so why would they think that you would experience the same? Oh, right, because we never experience anything the same. So the same techniques don't work for everyone. So why are you using them? Why are you not learning about spiritual spirit? You're still empathy in the heart. Anybody got a stethoscope so I can see if your heart's beating? Because an empath, if you're truly feeling others' empathy, the heartbeat will change. So, with that being said, I'm sending you much love, light, many blessings, lots of support, and very good health. So, everyone can come and see you and see yourself. Enjoy the day, feel grateful, support you. Be yourself, be your authentic self. Be true to yourself, be true to others, when it's difficult. I assess the situation and act accordingly. Love you all. Have a great summer.